Okay, good morning, everyone. I will bring to order the meeting of June the 8th, 2021. Running a little behind schedule. It is 8:35 and I'll bring it to order. We have pre-circulated an agenda. Are there any additions or deletions? I've got a couple additions. I will add 8.4, Councillor roles and responsibilities, and 8.5, budget video. Are there any other additions or deletions? Seeing as not. Yes, Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as amended.
Oh. Councillor Hugo.
Yes, good morning, Reeve. I would like a discussion with the planning department on clarification for some of our residents who haven't seen the email with their letter out asking for an extension, if that would be possible.
Okay, so 8.6 clarification on, or what you kind of cycled out there. What was you wanted clarification?
Yes, there's probably there's been emails being circulated back and forth between our planning department and one of our residents. I'd just like to clarify to the rest of the residents that possibly were not involved or weren't forwarded on these emails on exactly what's happening with Capstone, with the Kneehill Solar Project, and our planning department.
Okay, so clarification of Capstone through the planning department, would that be?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there any other additions or deletions? Okay, so we'll call that one 8.6. Councillor Christie.
I'll rephrase my motion to approve the agenda as amended.
All righty, we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. We have pre-circulated the minutes of the regular council meeting of May the 25th. Are there any errors or omissions? Councillor King.
I'd make the motion to accept the minutes from the May 25th regular council meeting as presented.
All righty, we have a motion to accept as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, I'm going to rearrange the agenda a little bit here. I'm going to go on to 8.4, Councillor roles and responsibilities. I will start there because Mr. Hugo, we have been advised that you have again breached your councillor roles and responsibilities in the Code of Ethics. Do you want to speak to that? Sorry, you're not coming through. Think you're on mute?
Sorry about that. Sorry, Reeve. Nope, I have nothing to say.
So, okay, I guess I'll bring up the reason is we've heard that you've attended the work site at the Trochu or Torrington gravel pit and that you had contact with the contractor, which breaches your roles and responsibilities as councillor.
That is correct. I did go there. I believe, I realize rest of council doesn't believe. I believe that it is part of our responsibility to see what is actually going on at certain of our work sites when we're spending $7 million. It may not be well with the rest of council, and that's perfectly fine with me. Disciplinary action, if you'd like to carry that forward, that's fine with me. I believe my role is to represent the people of Kneehill County, and if I see or if I learn and even to see the work site, I don't see any problem with me going out there to be in contact with the contractor or anybody else doing work for the municipality.
Well, according to the MGA and the Code of Conduct that you've signed and ethics, that is expressly forbidden. And it's not something that we take lightly. It's inappropriate. And it's frustrating for the rest of council to have to deal with this. We've dealt with one other concern earlier, and according to our Bylaw 1783, Councillor Code of Conduct and Ethics Bylaw, we did step 1 of 12.5.1, which was to privately discuss with you to stop doing these things. You've chosen not to stop doing these things. You've chosen to continue. So specific to our Councillor Code of Conduct and Ethics Bylaw, step 2 is now going to have to be enforced. Well, I'll leave that up to council to make sure, to see what their thoughts are, but I think we've got to the point where this just can't continue. Whether or not you think it's appropriate is not relevant. What is relevant is what the MGA states and what our Councillor Code of Conduct and Ethics Bylaw states. And you did sign that. So you do know what it states, because your signature is up on that wall stating that you've signed it and you understand what it states. It's uncomfortable that we're in this situation, but we are in this situation, and we didn't put you in this situation. You put yourself there.
That's perfectly understandable. I did put myself there. I don't think I can represent people in Kneehill County without finding out information that I am not getting. And so our staff doesn't want to release the information. How do I serve the people of Kneehill County if I can't get the information of what exactly is going on? You know, I have signed that code of conduct, and the code of conduct, yeah, it states that I'm not supposed to, but I don't think I'm serving the people of Kneehill County by sitting there in the dark with 90% of what I need to know. So do what you want, Reed Woodstock. Council can do what they want. I'm prepared to accept the consequences of whatever you guys wish.
Well, the process does state if you want information, you have to go through the CAO. You've chosen not to do that because I don't believe you asked the CAO for that information. So
I find that through the Reeve, I find that the CAO, most of the information I don't get. A lot of the stuff is bureaucratic bull. I don't think I get the information, and then I get hamstrung by council a lot of times when I've tried to even find out what about the rest of the gravel piles and the costs and everything. I personally, I don't think the municipality is running as efficient as it should, and I think it's part of my job to find out, to go out there and to determine and get information as in the best way I possibly can. And if that means going to the contractor or going to the job sites, I don't really, the MGA states I'm not supposed to, and council agrees I'm not supposed to. I have no problem doing that again and again and again. I wouldn't change my ways at all.
well, that's unfortunate to hear because your ways are not the correct ways. Is there any comments from council? Councillor McGee, Deputy Reed McGee.
Jim, we're very disheartened to have to be here today with this piece, and I feel as though I personally, as well as everyone else around the table, have done an excellent job of trying to include you in conversations, give you ideas of how things can work better for you in your role. You've been asked formally and provided with many opportunities to be training. You don't feel well educated with issues because I don't feel you're participating in a way that gets all the information. And having said that, I really regret it because I think we all have worked really hard and over many occasions. So having said that, I'd like to make the motion that council, in accordance to the Municipal Government Act and the Kneehill County Code of Conduct and Ethics Bylaw, rescind the appointment of Councillor Hugo to all committees and boards to which he was previously appointed, and that permission to attend any conferences be revoked as a result of contraventions of the Kneehill County Code of Conduct and Ethics Bylaw.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve McGee. That is actually the step under 12.5.2. We have a motion before us. I will wait for that motion to come up on screen.
While you do, can I just add something?
Yes, go ahead, Deputy Reeve McGee.
I was asked, what have I learned? What have I enjoyed about this job? And what I've learned really well by many things, that every time I've had something that I was concerned about, when I followed procedure, the process worked. Our policies and bylaws work, and I have been very successful at seeing the outcomes I'd want to do by utilizing how our policies and bylaws ask you to. And so I want people to realize that they're there for a reason. It's across Canada this way. Code of conducts are in all types of industries, not just as a municipal member. And I just want people to know this is not as difficult to do as this conversation may have looked like. It is very easy to get things done if you do what's available to you.
Still waiting for the motion to come up on screen.
Mr. Reeve?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
Just a discussion further to it. I have never once felt that I cannot visit the work site. I drive around, whether it's an MPC application or something that's coming on the agenda. I tour. I do not talk to the people, but I at least know what's going on at that site, or not just gravel, just everything to do with what comes up on our agendas. So I do tour our county to try and get informed before I come to a meeting. So, I believe that I'm doing the best that I can, and if I have any questions, I go through my CIO and he gets the information to me.
Councillor Keever?
I would like to ask you, Jim, what information did you really feel that you were missing and you would have, that you would be getting from this meeting with out there, that you could relay to your ratepayers?
What I would like to have known is the quality of the of what we pulled out of the pit, quantities of what we screened out, and the cost that is actually doing is if we are actually following along with what our engineering firm has determined. They may have decided, but like from what the screenings was a much higher percentage point than what we were actually told by our road supervisor. And then I also wanted to inquire about the gentleman who got hurt. Well, didn't get hurt, but got buried by the slide. I was asked that because I was brought forward that by one of my ratepayers that one of their loaders got buried. I was also inquiring to see if he had got hurt.
Councillor Keever?
That happens to be my division, and I didn't hear a single ratepayer say anything about anything.
But one of the residents that live in my jurisdiction, he had mentioned he thought it was one of the county pieces of equipment that got buried under an overhang. So I was very curious, and I was very concerned about what and if it was one of our employees or one of the employees. And I don't think that's wrong for a member of council to go out there and inquire to see if to see that their employee was fine. It may be against the code of conduct, but I think that's part of why we became council, is to be concerned of people that we actually hire, because they work under our auspice. So if we have them hired, then basically they're working there as Kneehill County employees. So if I hear that and I'm told that, it's just curiosity and concern.
Okay, Councillor Christie.
I somewhat agree with Deb that when I see something on the agenda, I go have a look. If I have questions, I ask the CAO. I've never once been unsatisfied with the information that I've got. I've been fairly pleased watching the gravel extraction in Torrington and the crushing. Just the little bit that I've seen, and I have not stopped at the site but gone by and taken lots of pictures from when it started to now. Been very pleased at the way it cleaned up, and it looks good to me as a ratepayer that's looking at the money that's being spent.
Okay, we have a motion before us. Yes, go ahead, Councillor King.
Councillor Hugo, before we move forward, I also have a question, and the information that we received as council is that we had X number of tons, cubic meters of material there, that the estimate was that when we crushed it, we were going to have a certain percentage of elimination. Now, that's all speculation based on information that you get looking at the pile of material. Until you begin to crush that material, you really don't know how that's going to crush and how the end product's going to be. So the percentage of elimination may go up, it may go down. However, that's information that if you ask the appropriate question at a council meeting, you would receive that information from the transportation people and the responsible people, and likely would have come to council as a normal course of business to keep us informed of what was happening in terms of the gravel, the crushing, and the use of that material. The appropriate place to ask the questions are either in a council meeting or of the CAO. And I guess my question to you would be is, why did you not feel that you could not ask those questions either here in a council meeting or through the CAO and then back to the transportation department? Again, I feel that if you had asked those questions in the appropriate environment, we wouldn't be sitting here where we are this morning. So I'm curious to know why you felt that you couldn't ask that question of either the CAO or in council as we sat here this morning.
Yes, Councillor King. The last time our road supervisor came to us, he told us that the elimination was between 3% and 7%. I spoke to other ratepayers and who are involved in the same kind of business, and they said no, that it was actually a lot higher. I don't know if I always get the true answer from the CAO. He supposedly says what he's, like exactly the truth, but sometimes we get everything filtered down through road supervisors, the gravel guy. I find it's better for me to get firsthand knowledge on most of this.
Follow up, go ahead, Councillor King.
So I guess, again, my question would be is if you knew or had information that was contrary to what we were being told, the appropriate place to ask that question still is in council to say, okay, the information I'm getting back is that the elimination is higher. Is that true? And if so, what is the actual amount? Or to ask that question of the CAO, by which when he responds to your question, then the rest of council would also be informed of the fact that the elimination was higher. Because when you ask a question and the response is given to you, it's also given to the rest of council. So I think that there is an appropriate forum and there's an appropriate place to get that information. And if you feel that you're not getting the right information, you just keep pushing until you get that information. The right places are through the CAO and here in council. And I guess I'm concerned that you feel that you can't ask questions here in council, or that you, when you do ask, you're being not given appropriate and correct information. And so I just, again, I'm looking to try to understand why you feel you can't ask those questions here.
So asking, Councillor King, once again, so asking the questions today, how would that have, when we were told that the elimination was actually a lot lower than it was, how would that would affect of what I learned? Like, I didn't spread this with anybody. I kept it to myself. I do realize what it was. It just, I get to the point I have to, and I believe I should know exactly how much we are being possibly misled on certain of our expenditures that we do make through the municipality.
Councillor King.
Again, my follow-up would be, Jim, there is an appropriate forum in which you ask those questions and chase that information. And had you followed that, knowing now that you know what you know, and saying that you haven't shared that information with anyone else, of what value is that to all of council if you have information that maybe you think that we shouldn't have, if you don't ask those questions and bring that information forward in a council meeting? Or at least share that information with the rest of council once you discovered it via email or some other form so that somebody else might ask the question in the forum that's appropriate, which is here at council or through the CAO to say, is this information that we're getting not correct? And again, I guess I'm just, what's the value of you having that information if you're not going to share it with the rest of council and help the rest of us to understand that the information maybe needs to be adjusted and we need to seek further clarification. So again, the value of asking the question, I don't understand what the value is if you have that information and you're not sharing it with the rest of council.
Thank you, Councillor King. The information and the question was going to be asked in the council follow-up action list today. I was going to query on what the elimination was on the percentage of gravel that we actually had in fines. But as it is progressing, it doesn't look like I will be able to ask that question today.
Go ahead, Councillor King. Councillor Keever, sorry.
How many times, Jim, did you take a load of grain to the elevator thinking you had 2% dockage to only find out when you unloaded it you had 10? And this pile of gravel is what it is. The initial look at is just a guesstimate. Now we're finally getting down to the brass tacks of the pile. And whatever it is, it's still better than what we had for gravel before.
Granted, that is true, Councillor Keever, but it is also dependent on our engineering company, and they're supposed to be out there every day watching and determining what possibly we would have an elimination. And when we are told between 3 and 7% at the beginning, that is why we hire an engineering company. Are we getting value for the dollar that we actually spent? That is part of the question. That is part of the conundrum that I'm dealing with right now. I'm not sure if we're getting value for the dollar that we are spending for having certain third parties out there determining whether we actually are getting value for dollar.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
As much as this conversation looks important, it's not pertinent to this motion, so I was hoping we could get back to the motion, please.
All right. So, Councillor McGee, as the motion is written before you, is that what you would like the motion to read?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We have a motion before us, and that's, I will read it out loud. Move that council, in accordance with the Municipal Government Act and Kneehill County Code of Conduct and Ethics Bylaw, rescind the appointment of Councillor Hugo to all committees and boards to which he has previously been appointed, and that permission to attend any conferences be revoked as a result of the contraventions of the Kneehill County Code of Conduct and Ethics Bylaw. Having read that, is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Sorry, I think you were on a stall there, Councillor Hugo. Were you opposed? Okay. The motion is carried. Well, I think now we've got to our, we're going to have another motion to prevent, okay, Council, go ahead. Deputy Reeve McGee.
It's clear that you believe you still are going to be able to do this, and so since we've not changed your mind on that outlook, I'm passing the motion that we direct Councillor Hugo to refrain from attending county job sites and properties other than to attend council committee of the whole meetings and to have no and council meetings and have no contact with administration other than the chief administrative officer or their designate. And it needs to truly be followed to the T.
I'll wait for that motion to come up on screen, but is there any comments from council? Councillor Penner.
Early on, not the first, I believe, RMA, after we were elected, there was a very good breakout session, elected officials education program. I believe it was Essentials of Municipal Governance, and it really helped us, or helped me, I should say, know what my roles in municipal leadership, municipal finance, and I believe ensuring effective collaboration. And I found that very valuable, and I'm glad I took it. So, and that was at RMA, like the first RMA after we were elected.
I would echo your sentiments. RMA does some pretty good breakout sessions on what our roles and responsibilities as a councillor are. We are not to get into the weeds, that we have staff that works for our CAO. We direct our CAO. He directs his staff. That is the system that all of Alberta is under, and probably most of Canada is under. So I don't believe that we should be special here. So I agree with your comments, Councillor Penner. What we learn at RMA is very valuable for us as councillors, and that's why we attend these breakout sessions, and that's where we learn, and that's the place to ask the questions. Okay, we have a motion in front of us. Deputy Reeve McGee, is that the way you would like to see that motion written?
Yes, thank you.
All righty, I will read the motion out. It's moved that council direct Councillor Hugo to refrain from attending county job sites and facilities other than council and committee of the whole meetings, and to have no contact with administration or staff other than chief administrative officer or their designate. And I threw in the and staff. Would that be a friendly amendment to that motion?
Yes, I find that acceptable.
Okay. Mr. Hogan.
If council is acceptable to this, could we add "and contractors" to that motion?
Would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
I think that's an important detail. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I will read the motion out again now with the amendments. Well, I guess we have to vote on the amendment. Do we have to vote on it? No, it's friendly amendment. We don't have to vote on it. Okay, move that council direct Councillor Hugo to refrain from attending county job sites in facilities other than for council and committee of the whole meetings, and to have no contact with administration, staff, and contractors other than the chief administrative officer or their designate. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Okay, thank you. We have conveyed this through this council meeting, but I do believe it's important that we also transmit it through a letter. Would someone like to make, yes, Councillor Penner?
I'll make that motion that council send a letter via registered mail confirming these decisions that we've discussed today of council to Councillor Hugo.
Okay, I'll wait for that motion to come up on screen. Alrighty, Councillor Penner, is that the way you would like that motion to read?
Yes, it is.
Alrighty. Okay, I will read out the motion. Move that council send a letter via registered mail confirming this decision of council to Councillor Hugo. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Okay, we have a delegation coming before us. FCSS, welcome. Sorry we're running a little late here, but if you'd like to come forward and present your presentation, we look forward to it. Welcome, Shelley.
Thank you. I'm just going to put a clock here. Because you know I can be a bit long. Is it on?
There you go, you got her.
I like it when I have a microphone.
I also have control of it here too, so.
A microphone and an audience, my dream come true. Good morning, Kneehill County Council, sorry. So I did not have the pleasure of coming to do an update last year, so this one might be a smidgen longer, and I've brought along some of the staff who will also have an opportunity to share as well. But I do have a clock to try and keep myself in control. So 2020 for Kneehill Regional FCSS was the 22nd year of operation as a regional FCSS program. And I think, as all of you know from presentations in the past, FCSS is a partnership between the province and the municipality. So the only way that municipalities can access the funding is if they give a minimum of 20% of their funding to access the 80% from the province. And the province funding to us is based mainly on population base and need income. So those are the factors that make that happen. FCSSs across the province, it's very hard to kind of describe them because each one is very unique, because once the money is in the municipality's pocket, the criteria is fairly broad. Cover birth to death, and it's preventive social programming, which is a very broad topic, but that does allow the municipalities to address the more local needs depending on what they're seeing for social issues in their community. Kneehill Regional FCSS focuses on investing in building on protective factors. So those are the sorts of things that can really help protect people from ending up in a more of a crisis situation. So trying to build those protective factors and with the hope of changing behaviors to improve social well-being. So that's kind of a long jargon of what some of the stuff that we do. But again, I just come back that it's about focusing on those protective factors. So 2020 for Kneehill Regional FCSS, we faced multiple level of challenges. As soon as I say 2020, everyone thinks about our global pandemic. But for us, it was also significant loss in funding, a massive reduction in staff, and the elimination of a copious amounts of community programming. And then we layered on a pandemic on top of that. So just to talk about the cuts, so Kneehill Regional FCSS really is just, if we look at the funding, it's just the municipal money and the provincial money. But our organization over the last 22 years has accessed a number of contracts through the Alberta government that would support the work that we do. So we're looking for those sweet spots of the contracts with the Alberta government that really matches that social well-being in the need for Kneehill County residents. And in 2019, we were notified that every contract like that across the province was terminated, and that they were sending out a new format of how they were going to do that. So the impact to Kneehill Regional FCSS was the loss of Golden Prairie Parent Link, and that is a program that supported children who had families who had children 0 to 6, as well as they did a lot of preventive education. And they would have focused on families who had children 0 to 12. So a huge impact there. Then another program that we lost funding for was called the Community Building Initiative. And this was a community capacity building program that really focused on enhancing the quality of life for children, youth, and families. So that money went away. And as well, we lost 2 contracts that we'd had for a very long time. One of them was the one that we partnered with them, and as well as the school division, to run our Kneehill Community Resource Program. And so that was a program that had 3 staff people full-time who worked based out of our school system and covered the Kneehill County. And Children's Services, so that was a program that was in effect for 32 years with that partnership. And was running very successfully, as we have shared annual reports with you guys over the years. And then as well, back in 2003, working with Children's Services, we were really seeing a need for family and marriage counseling, because so many of our people would have had to leave the community during daytime hours, they usually charge anywhere from $125 to $180 an hour, childcare, all those sorts of things. So we partnered, and we're bringing Kneehill Family Marriage Counseling to the area, and that funding was lost as well. So we lost a total of just over $492,000, which is more money than we have just in Kneehill Regional FCSS. And the real massive impact was to children, youth, and families, because most of that stuff we were accessing through Children's Services. So just to also paint a snapshot of the staffing, was from January 1st of 2020, we had 13 staff, and on June 30th, 2020, we had 2. So really did change the landscape. And so you can only imagine that money and the loss of that staff, the decrease in social programming for people in our area. So then we threw in a pandemic, and as every organization in the entire world was trying to adjust to how can we still support and connect with Kneehill area residents. So, and I will say that the staff was amazing at being able to turn on a dime and find other ways to make sure that people knew that they were out there for support. Anyways, I got a little too wrapped up on all the bad news. Anyways, so yeah, the pandemic, as you guys know, really fragmented things, and there really were, we certainly had struggles with families who didn't have the necessary technology and the necessary access to internet, all those sorts of things. Then libraries closed, so they had even less access. So anyways, had to get very creative, but still we're trying and draw people to keep them socially connected. Okay, none of that was even in the report. So just a few things. So all of that, one of the things you'll notice from our outputs is that our numbers were down in 2020. So you know, our individuals served, I mean, still for a global pandemic and trying to figure out the way, the 422,000 individuals were served. So those are unique individuals. They may have accessed the different programs 10 times, but that way they were counted once. So volunteer hours and volunteers, of course, were down just because a lot of volunteers are some of our seniors. And again, they're, you know, they were tending not to be out and about as much. If you scroll up to the categories, Carolyn, my lovely assistant, thanks. So one of the things when we report to the province, I said we cover birth to death. And so when these are the categories we report on, and again, because of the shift and the loss of funding, FCSS was able to free up a lot of money because of the contracts. So the children, youth, and family end of things, we weren't investing as much money in, we, the board, because they had all these contracts to do that. So one of the things that happened in 2020 is a little bit of an adjustment in some of the categories. So children and youth went up, and families went down a little bit, and then seniors went down in 2020 from previous years. So, oh, I need to look at the time. Okay, I'm not even going to talk about that. Maybe they'll give me some time at the end. And then just on to outcomes. So it's important that we measure our outputs, the number of people who attended, all those sorts of things. But what we really focus on, so what? So what is different because people participated in our programs? Was there an increase in knowledge? Was there a change in their skill level? You know, so any of those, was there a change in some of their behaviors? So those are the sorts of things that we often measure. And so for us, our report card is, for us to pass, we need 80%. Thank goodness I didn't need that in school, or I wouldn't be here today. Anyway, so we look at 80% as our passing grade. And so whether we run the program or we fund an outside organization, we're always looking for them to measure those outcomes for us. So in 2020, our rate was never below 87%. So we are starting to achieve the outcomes, or we are achieving the outcomes that we initially set out for when we do that programming. Maybe I'll talk that if we have a moment at the end. But so as I mentioned at the beginning, one of the things that we lost the funding for was that partnership we had with to fund our Kneehill Community Resource Program. And so that was 3 full-time staff who worked out of the school system. So that program terminated after 32 years on June 30th. All the staff were terminated. And but the board, as these changes happened, the board was absolutely amazing and rolled up their sleeves and did a strategic planning session, really going, okay, what do we need in the Kneehill area now that this money, this over $490,000 is off the table? And so one of the things that the board felt was essential to all of our Kneehill area residents was finding ways to support our children, youth, and families. So they partnered with Golden Hill School Division and started in the end of August a family wellness worker program. And so we have 2 staff. And again, Kneehill Regional FCSS administers the program, so they would be considered our staff. And the board puts up the majority of the funding for that. But the partnership with the school division, as Yvonne and Lindsay are going to talk to you about in a minute here, really does play an essential role to the program. So the board felt it would be great if you guys had a chance to meet them and learn a little bit about what they do. So as hard as it is for me to bid farewell to a microphone, I will introduce Yvonne Wilson and Lindsay McNana to you, our two family wellness workers, and they will share some information with you. And maybe I can come back again to the microphone today.
Well, thank you, Shelley, and welcome to Yvonne and Lindsay. I know it's challenging is not exactly the word when you lose basically half of your funding and most of your staff. It's far more than a challenge, but we look forward to the great work that FCSS does in Kneehill County. So I'm gonna let you guys go ahead and present. Welcome.
Thank you.
Maybe what we can do is we'll just go around the table here and introduce ourselves.
I'm Wade Christie.
Debbie Penner.
I'm Jerry Whitstock.
Faye McGee.
Glenn Keever?
And Ken King.
And joining us on video conference is Councillor Jim Hugo. Okay, go ahead.
Lindsay, you could start.
Okay, you guys gonna flip a coin?
For like the main issues and stuff? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to start with, I'm the family wellness worker in Acme, Linden, and Trochu. Some of the main issues that I've seen come up in our schools, number one has been anxiety and stress management. That has been things from kids worried about their parents getting sick to students who are struggling with separation anxiety or the switching from online school to back in person to online school. And so that's been a significant concern. As well, peer and social skills has been a big issue. I work a lot with elementary aged kids, and so helping them develop skills so they can relate to their peers and get along with them better and develop the social skills that they need to build upon and hopefully be preventative and take them further in the future. And then the third is anger management. So again, just developing tools for the students to use going forward. A really significant thing that I've seen this year, and this is my first year, so I don't know if it's an increase or not, but has been in students experiencing suicidal ideation. So from September until May, I've completed 12 suicide risk assessments. This is ages 10 to 17. 11 of them have been in Trochu, and one I conducted in Linden, but the student resides in Acme. And so those are significant, not just because of the fact that, it's multiple students that are experiencing suicidal ideation across the school year. It takes up a significant amount of time. You know, you get called from one school to another because you need to do a suicide risk assessment, and it's hard to, structure your day. You don't know when one's gonna walk into your office, and you kind of have to be ready to handle that at any point. And then just trying to build the supports that they need, talking to the family, trying to connect them to our partners at Alberta Health Services or Wheatland Counseling, and trying to find the supports that they need to keep them safe, not just in the school, but also in their family life and, weekends, school breaks, things like that. And so, yeah, those are kind of the significant things that I have seen this year. Yvonne?
Okay. Just in regards to the nature of the issues, much like what Lindsay said, stress and anxiety have been significant in the lives of individuals regardless of age. And notably significant is the struggle in regards to the symptomatic type things that are obvious when you're meeting with individuals where their stress levels are really pronounced, where you're seeing tics and different types of behaviors that wouldn't typically have been as apparent in previous years. So in my old job, that would have been a very big shift compared to what I've noticed this year in this new job. Parenting strategies have been significant. Separation, divorce, grief and loss issues. And as Lindsay said, suicide has been a significant cornerstone in terms of how the days and the months are focused and shaped. In my area, so covering the 2 schools in Three Hills and in Carbon, ranging in age, the youngest is a little person, 10 years of age, talking of suicide ideation, also residing in the Trochu area. The oldest of the individuals that I've spent time with is 17 years of age. So in total for the combined area that I cover, I've done 11 completed assessments, have been actively involved in additional 3, bringing that to 14, and those are only the ones that I am aware of or we are aware of. So my feelings would be that this is a concern that is bigger than what we actually see. So in regards, Carbon, 1 suicide risk assessment, Three Hills, 12, Trochu resident area, 1. So all of those students are then pooling and coming, either going to school in Carbon or attending school in Three Hills. Three Hills is unique in that we have students attending the area from all of the municipal areas within the Kneehill County. I work with individuals that reside in the Acme area, Linden area, Torrington, Carbon. So it's kind of a catchment that covers a lot of the different areas. Just in carrying on, as Lindsay's talked about, just the nature of the day, our role as a family wellness worker is very much that of a generalist. We cover a lot of different things. You never know what's going to happen. You can wake up in the morning and think, this is my day. I might be doing presentations. We're going to be talking about anger management or how to resolve conflict with individuals. And then you get a person walking in, or you get a phone call, and the day pauses. You refocus, and you go to where you need to go. So all of these supports are very much early intervention and prevention in nature. We are very much involved with doing an assessment piece and a referral, so looking at how do we best support our people regardless of the age, so whether that's a small child, a youth, an adult or a grandparent, an aunt or an uncle looking after a child, and looking at, can I do something to help make this journey a little easier for you? Can I phone? Can I check and see, are these services going to be the ones that are going to fit your needs so that we can maybe cut back on some of the really difficult parts of trying to connect and find out what supports are available. And especially in this pandemic when we've had a huge shift in terms of how people access services. We can do a lot online, but there's a lot that hasn't happened because in-person supports haven't been available, or people do not engage when they're in a mask and over a virtual screen and trying to access those supports. Or as Shelley mentioned, the significant loss in the funding and the supports that were really aware. People had that awareness of those resources and supports in the community where it's like, oh, they're advertised on a social media platform. How do people know about those things? So trying to put things in place to help them become, and we're working on building those partnerships with those individuals. So again, a day might be someone walking in the door talking about grief and loss related issues. That's at 9 o'clock in the morning. 9:30, self-control and emotional regulation. A young person is brought down from the Strive classroom because they're having a difficult time and they're not managing. They've got difficult things happening at home. So it goes beyond supporting the student, it's supporting the family. 10, peer issues, conflict. Maybe we'll get a presentation in at 11:05 and then we're gonna break for lunchtime. After lunch, we've got a family conflict situation, self-esteem issues, and then there's a disclosure of incidents regarding bullying or cyber concerns. So the nature of the day is very varied. No 2 days, the beauty of the old job and the beauty of this new job, no 2 days are ever alike. And you get the wonderful ability to walk alongside people and journey with them as they're taking on their daily endeavors. And as Lindsay had mentioned, altered schedules can happen in many different ways. It might arise from a suicide risk assessment, in which case just being from the point where you're with that individual and working with them, connecting with the family, building a safety plan, working to support the parent or the caregivers, we're looking at about 3+ hours to go through that process, and that's one. Another another place that really has an impact in our world is we never know when our time is up or the time of another is up. And when someone experiences the loss of life, we are often called to go and be responsive and to be supportive. And that could be on a school-wide level, coming in and offering support. So that's touching base and offering supports to teachers, students, parents that are calling in and being receptive. Yesterday, I got a call for a family that's lost a major person in their life. And in less than a heartbeat, their life has changed and the lives of those around them. And we get the privilege and the honor of being able to walk alongside people and support them and help them as best we can. And just talking about the nature of the program, I think a lot of insight and wisdom weighs in the fact that these positions are placed and available within schools because it's a natural connection, it's a natural support. One of the things, and Shelley's heard me talk about this, and some of you also may have heard me mention this, where the pandemic has been significant in changing that ability to access and connect with individuals because the parents are dropping their kids off at school. They're not coming into the schools like they were pre-pandemic. We don't get to brush past them in the hallway and say, hey, hi, how is your day? Or, oh, you can come. Yeah, just give me a couple minutes and I'll meet up with you. Because those natural connections have those barriers because of COVID in place. So if we didn't have these positions in the school, I don't believe we would have the same ability to connect. And the other beautiful part of this role is that it doesn't just start and stop within the school. This is a community-based program that's built on the foundation of a really, really effective program that was the basis point for its creation, and being responsive to community members and community needs, and looking at going beyond the school days, so the days when there is no school, the weekends, summer, Christmas, Easter. Life doesn't just happen on school days. And if we didn't have that, it would be a significantly different program. We work very, very hard to collaborate with our different service providers and stakeholders in the community. And I'm just thinking about some of the numbers or the different kinds of things, and maybe I'll talk more about just some examples, but Lindsay's got some more that she's going to share.
Sure. Yeah, just to add on to what Yvonne was saying, I really do appreciate being in the schools every day and just, having the ability to see kids as they go by my office and, check in with them or say hi or notice who's at school and who's not at school. And, they have the ability to pop in and if they're having a rough day, I have more than several students who will just come by and be like, do you have any appointments free this afternoon? So being in the schools and being able to connect with students that way, it kind of gives us the ability to connect in person and also virtually. I found that over the last, the 2 weeks that we were on learning from home, I was able to engage with quite a few of the kids on my caseload just because we did have the connections through the school and we were able to access, Google Meets and things like that where we could talk with the kids. And so as part of our position, we connect parents, children, youth, and families with appropriate resources and help them navigate what can be kind of a confusing system. And it can be overwhelming as well. For example, I mentioned our partnership with AHS. There's Wheatland Counseling, family supports for children with disabilities and income supports, the food bank, victim services, sexual assault counseling, trauma-specific supports, low-cost housing, and other things. A single support session for a student client young person is usually 45 minutes. And then subsequent sessions, they become a recurring client or ongoing clients. Sometimes we only have one connection with a client, and sometimes we can see them, 30 plus times throughout the course of the school year, depending how connected they are and what concerns they have.
So, in just putting another plug for this role too, in terms of family wellness workers, it is an incredible honor and an absolute privilege to offer social emotional supports to individuals regardless of age and in whatever kind of capacity we get the opportunity to connect with them. Being preventive and early intervention focused is very key and instrumental, I think, in helping people develop skills that help them navigate times of difficulty and building on their ability to have increased capacity for resiliency. Virtual parent cafes are something that was new for this year, and that was one way we were able to reach out and connect within the community. Another piece, Shelley's done more of the delivery. I kind of do the support stuff, but even being able to offer fearless P parenting supports, so I can connect one-on-one with individuals, and that's very much focused on helping parents with children who are anxious and giving them tools, strategies, and just even a supportive mechanism of being able to help them. And in speaking with that, regardless of who someone is or what their background is, when difficult things happen, it can seem very overwhelming, and at times a lot of uncertainty in terms of how do we proceed? How does a parent proceed? And as an example, sometimes, real stories might be a little more easy to relate to than statistics or numbers. But we have two parents, both parents, moms, struggling with a child who is diagnosed with an anxiety disorder. One parent is secure in holding down permanent, long-term, reliable employment, has a family support system. This child is really struggling. The other parent comes from a history of multi-generational trauma, all kinds of challenges, has been unable to hold down employment because of this year's COVID restrictions. Both parents absolutely care about their child, right? Complicating factors for the second parent that I mentioned involve increased conflict within the home. The police are called. A parent is taken away. The child comes to school and sees me walking down the hallway, knows me because of that school connection and having different interactions in the community and offering supports in different ways outside of school, asking to be able to come and talk and disclosing the concern about not having this parent in their life anymore because, to their knowledge, has been placed in jail. What does that look like? Both parents struggle because their child is dealing with incredible difficulties with anxiety coupled with these different things. Both parents benefit from being able to access this program with no financial ties or restrictions to it. They both have the ability to connect and access those supports and be connected with those very specific and specialized supports that are going to help them unique to their situation. Okay? And even just talking with that, just to give you some other additional examples of how just to try and help families navigate. A child feels really torn between two parents that are involved in a high conflict separation and divorce, really struggles in terms of trying to make sense between the transition from one home to the other and the differences. So that connection with a family wellness worker can result in having a safe place to be able to talk and sort through feelings and not have to pick sides, but also allowing somebody like a family wellness worker to step in, share supportive resources and supports with those two parents so that they can be the very best parents they can be for that child and helping that child to move ahead and experience greater successes and less stress in their life. Another one, a child abandoned in their earlier years seeks the support of a family wellness worker, testing the waters. Is this someone I can talk to? Is this someone I can trust in being able to develop someone that they can go to and talk to where they are held in a safe place and again connected with those supportive resources and the information and the help that's available for the people that have stepped up to take over raising this child in helping them navigate the challenges that become a part of life. Another thing that's huge in our world, we don't hear a lot about it sometimes, and I think Three Hills especially is like, oh, this doesn't happen here, but exposure to pornographic materials. A youth comes and connects with a family wellness worker because of all of the conflicting feelings and the struggles and the difficulties associated with the exposure that's been ongoing to that and how to navigate that. The family wellness worker is instrumental in connecting this person with a therapist, is instrumental in supporting the family in terms of how they can best support their child, and looking at these are the additional resources and supports that are available in helping them to navigate a very confusing and very emotionally difficult time within their lives. Another one specific to COVID, heightened by the difficulties of being isolated, more so in their home during the at-home learning and the restrictions within our society because of closures. A youth living at home is subjected to verbal and psychological abuse, and it's heightened during these episodes. Once able to reconnect, because connections during that time are really restricted because the family member is in the home at the same time, making video connections, those types of things, very, very difficult, if not impossible. Is able to connect, again, connected with the therapeutic resources and supports and additional community supports so as to make life just maybe that much better and busier. I think that was some of my examples. One of the things I wanted to just really emphasize too is, you know, tough things happen to all of us. I wish we could choose that they wouldn't. But we don't get to choose. We get to choose how we respond. We get to choose how we support individuals. We get to choose how we carry on and cheer on the members within our communities, right? And as I mentioned before, life can be forever changed in less time than it takes for a heart to beat one beat. And by working to support one another, and for you having us here today, we are all working to support the well-being of our people. So I thank you each, every single one of you, for the share and the care and the support that you bring forward and you take on and you have a part of every day in your day, and that you have in making roles like this possible. The support that you give to Kneehill Regional FCSS and this family wellness program. Your actions make an immeasurable difference in the lives of our people, our Kneehill area residents. And just, I thought of this as I was putting this together yesterday. This happened last week in a very, very, I would say, difficult week. But sometimes you're in places where you should be at the right time when you don't think that, you know, stuff is going to change all of a sudden, then you have to go somewhere else. But for a brief moment, last week I had a young adult who happened to be crossing paths that came up to me and said, "Mrs. Wilson." This is someone I had the opportunity to work with in my old job in the Kneehill Community Resource Program. This person accessed supports during a very, very difficult time in their life. And this person attempted to end their life. And this person thanked me for being instrumental in making it possible to have a brighter future and to have successes in things. And I said, no, it wasn't me. It was you. You did the hard work. You put in all of the different things, and I had faith in this person's ability, right? But here's what happens when we build people up. This person is off doing wonderful things in their life. They're connecting with people. They are working in a role where they are supporting other individuals every single day and making a positive difference and planning on what can be the next step in terms of even furthering their education so they can continue to go on and make the lives of other people brighter and to be helpful and supportive. So again, thank you each for your time today. Thank you each for the differences that we all make together in working to support our people. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the work you do, for the very important work that you do in your jobs. It's a very sobering report, to say the least. Alienation of individuals. I mean, COVID-19 has not been kind to Kneehill County, Alberta, the world. We're lucky to have programs and individuals such as yourselves, because without them, I don't know where we'd be. We're just lucky to have you in this area, and thank you so much for the work that you do. I will now give council an opportunity to ask any questions if they so choose, or comments. Councillor Christie.
I appreciate very much what you do. I've been involved with victim service for a lot of years early on in what I did. I appreciate the school network that you're using. My thought is, what about the kids that aren't in school yet, or the families that aren't in school yet? How do they get?
Yeah, that's a very, very valid question, right? And one of the things too, in terms of just navigating availability of time and supports, I know I've had conversations with Shelley because that's a heavy piece, right? And looking at making those supports available. So reaching out to individuals, especially during this time for learning at home, or the individuals who have chosen to do the complete separate homeschooling, supports are available. All are welcome to access the supports. So that's the key point of being able to have office space where we are able to support individuals and meet with individuals who choose not to follow the traditional schooling route, so homeschooling. And those are meetings that I've held within the context of the FCSS office, or being able to be connected and meet with individuals in other capacities. And I know that's a support that's available regardless of whether somebody's able to travel to Three Hills, right? But to make arrangements to be able to connect and be a resource person, regardless of where somebody lives or how they educate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor King.
I guess I would comment. I am a little more familiar maybe than the rest of council with what it is that you do. We are very grateful for what you do. And you're getting me all emotional when you're telling your stories, and to realize the impact of that social isolation that came along with COVID and the impact on children and youth in our community. Wow, it's amazing. And we often don't see that, right? I don't see that in what I do. And so it's good to know that there's that resource and people there to support. And so as the chair of FCSS, I see a closer view of that more often than most of my council does. And I'm very appreciative of what the two of you do. And of course, Shelley knows how much, as we work together, how much I appreciate her and what FCS does. And of course, Angie, the unknown person in the background who keeps everything rolling and making things work. So thank you for what you do. It is appreciated. So thanks.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to hear the upkeep. And I want to just put a plug in for you guys. I just am astounded at how much work you're able to do with so many cutbacks while things are escalating at such a high level. To see way less supports available and way higher needs at the same time is very concerning to me, and I hope we can make a difference with that. And one way everyone here and everyone who is listening can make a difference is be sure to set your census out. Those numbers is where funding comes. We need the funding so we can care for you. Please do your census.
Councillor Penner.
I have a comment for everybody. I'm not sure Shelley's coming back up to the counter or not, but.
Oh, we are
that's
going to give Shelley the
Oh,
ability
okay.
to come back and
It's to do
smile.
with one of them too, so.
Well,
Sure.
she missed last year's meeting, so I cannot not let her come back. All right. Okay. Thank you, Yvonne and Lindsay. You do fantastic work with the resources that are available to you.
Oh, you're too good to me, Reeve Woodstock, to give me
Oh, that's
another
what I'm here
opportunity.
for.
I do only have, so I would say probably common issues that we're seeing through our office. Again, our office works from all ages. And a little follow-up to your question, Councillor Christie. A number of those come through our office because we're really trying to connect with with everyone in the community. So we certainly do have, and then sometimes we refer them to the family wellness worker, sometimes they get referred to another service. But so the school is amazing to make that connection. We really do have to work a lot harder to connect with families who aren't connected to a school. So, but again, I mean, all of our 6 municipalities, they call, I mean, we get lots of referrals from them as well, which is excellent. Oh, a family was in here and they're struggling to pay their water bill, whatever. And so sometimes we can get connected through other different sources. Anyways, that wasn't, so common issues that we've been seeing is that that disconnection, that loss of social connection, which has been huge, and the impacts that have, because the research, I mean, it's a mile high on how important we are social beings, connecting with people, how important that is to our physical and emotional well-being to be able to do that. So that's a huge issue that we're trying to work on. Anxiety certainly is, as these guys talked about, it's huge in children and youth, but it's huge in all of our population around Kneehill. So those stress issues, again, this is my little plug for libraries. I had no idea how important libraries are with their computers and Wi-Fi and access and the programming and stuff that they do. So again, we've been trying to support with the loss of, with libraries, doors being closed, trying to support people. Because nowadays to access almost any program, whether it be funding, the province, the federal government, it has to be done online, and that isn't easy for everyone. So if all you have is a smartphone and you don't have enough money for the data, like, it's huge. And I don't think that the governments think of that, right? They think they're making everyone's life easy, and they're definitely making their life easy, but it always isn't making a number of our residents' lives easier. Anyway, so, and then just accessing, one of the things we do at FCSS is just navigating the systems. The systems are heavy and laden with lots of paperwork and processes, and a lot of doors closing. People phone somewhere, I can't help you, good luck with that, and they hang up. So, I mean, that's one of the things that we do, and whether it be any of the staff who spoke today or anyone in our office, it's like, you know what, I might not know where for you to go, but give me your name and number, we will find the best we can to support you doing that. And that has been probably one of the most important things we've heard from people that we have walked alongside is, you didn't give up on me, and you answered the phone. Like, how something so simple, but last year, the amount of time someone said, oh, this isn't a recording? And it's like, no, it's a human being. And so anyway, so those are some of the issues. And then financial stress. I know that there's lots of federal programs out there, but there's still lots of financial stress for a number of our area residents. So I guess just to wrap up, 2020, as I said, it was a multi-level layer of change, but everyone who works for FCSS really stepped up to the plate. The Kneehill Regional FCSS Board, I've never had to dig in so deep to really look at what is important, because we have just lost more money than we get in a year. And we know we can't do it all, but what are the priorities? So they dug deep, rolled up the sleeves, did the strategic planning, and they had to make some really, really tough decisions. And they educated themselves and they made those tough decisions. And I believe that they made good decisions for our 6 municipalities. And then the staff. I mean, you've heard 2 of them, that passion and professionalism. I mean, and as I said, we lost 11 staff people. And through that whole process, they were still professional, they were still passionate, they were still reaching out to support people, even though they know their job was ending in 2 weeks. That didn't matter, because what you've just met today, the stories you've heard, we are so fortunate to have the amazing staff who truly care about residents in our area. So to have staff like that and a board like that, we're going great guns. And I think 2021, it's a new world for us, but I think between the board and the staff that we'll get ourselves on solid ground as we move forward. Anyways, that's it from me.
Council. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Penner.
So I just want to say a very big thank you. And you can convey it back to the board, even the chairs here, through the strategic plan and the support, because FCS funding was cut unbelievably, which was sad when it's to do with family and community services. So you can convey that back to your board. And also, thank you for partnering with Golden Hill School Division. The work that the ladies and any of the support staff that comes through the system, it's unbelievable that it's there, and the kids, and hopefully very soon you're not restricted by walking in the hallways and stuff like that. The kids see you and feel more and more comfortable. It is sad with what's happening with COVID. And my last thank you is thank you for having somebody answer the phone every time it rings. That is all most people want, is just to talk to somebody. It's amazing what answering the phone can do. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Penner.
Councillor King.
I guess one thing I just want to note as well is we'd probably be remiss if we didn't acknowledge Golden Hills and the fact that they were willing to step up with us. And while other people were cutting the funding, Golden Hills stuck in there and said, we will continue to support. And so as the board chairman, trying to figure out how we're going to make all these dollars work, along with the board and Shelley and Angie, we're very appreciative of the fact that Golden Hills is in there still with us and have committed to continue. So I want to just acknowledge that as well. So
Good point. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You guys have done an incredible job with the lack of funding that you're getting. Without you, I think our region would be in real deep doo-doo, to say the least. So thank you again, and keep up the good work. And with any luck, 2021 will be a lot better, and maybe funding will be reinstated for some of these very important projects that you've had to pare down. So thanks for coming in and doing your report, Shelley and Yvonne and Lindsay. We as council really do appreciate the hard work that you guys do, and don't be discouraged. Things have got to get better.
Thank you all for your time today. And I hope this you don't take this time off that we went over off my next year's presentation.
No, we added it on to last year, Shelley.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And I think what I'd like to do is call a recess for about 10, 15 minutes now. meeting back to order. Our next agenda item is 5.4.1, Bylaw 1840. Welcome, Deb. And anytime you are ready, Ms. Grossfield.
Thank you, Reeve. I am back with the animal control bylaw with some of the amendments that we had talked about. Following the May 12th council meeting and the feedback received, administration has proposed new amendments to the animal control bylaw. And there are two purposes for bringing back this animal control bylaw. One is that the hens were adopted into the land use bylaw last year, and so we're looking to amend the animal control bylaw in order to enforce. And then we also have some enforcement challenges that were described in last meeting. This bylaw does reflect a legal opinion. We did have CPO Chabala and myself we had a meeting with legal following your guys' feedback to go over all the items that we discussed. So the proposed changes and the options include, so the scope, in 1840, it's applicable to all land use bylaw districts. Some exceptions are written within the document. For example, the working dogs and licensing of those. So we have added the definition of kennel, commercial kennel in the land use bylaw, and so we've just added that into our bylaw. Kennels are not allowed in the hamlet zoning under the land use bylaw, just as a FYI. We did add the premises identification number as defined in the land use bylaw as well. We added working dog as per the legal opinion, which is highlighted in red under the definitions. And then we made the change to the vicious dog definition as per legal opinion. So I'm not sure if you wanted to go over those as we go. Is that something that you wanted to do?
Council's wishes.
You're okay? Maybe we'll just go over the one on the vicious dogs, just because it was a big change. And that just, in that definition at the very bottom of 3.29, which in the opinion of the CAO presents a risk of property damage or personal injury and been declared by the CAO to be a vicious dog pursuant to Part 5 of this bylaw. And so that just puts that, it's more of a discretion. You're not automatically able to have that vicious dog license if you're not trained if the dog is not trainable, or if the pet owner is not trainable. Part 2, the old bylaw rearrange, we've just done some rearranging on the running at large nuisances and threatening behaviors under this section. And we also added working dog throughout the bylaw. So no owner shall be guilty of an offense where a working dog is used to herd livestock or protect livestock from predators on and off the property. That's 6.3. Part 3 is hens and hen permitting, permitted through the land use bylaw. However, the animal control bylaw does allow some additional steps for enforcement. Part 4 includes licensing of dogs and vicious dogs. So we added 8.2, which is the limit on the number of dogs allowed specific to a hamlet. And we added 8.16, the owner of a working dog is exempt from licensing provisions of this bylaw unless the dog is deemed vicious by the CAO or designate. And that just allows animal licenses, dog licenses are free as of right now in our master rates bylaw. But we still require them to get it in a hamlet. And so this just allows for those farmers, if they don't want to, or ratepayers, if they don't want to get them in those land use districts, they don't have to. Part 5 is vicious dogs. Definition was changed as per the legal opinion. And then we had added 9.2, which is an owner shall keep or have a vicious dog within a hamlet if the county has informed the owner that the county intends to apply for an application to declare the vicious dog as a dangerous dog, and that's to the court system. The owner shall immediately relocate the vicious dog to be in compliance with this requirement if required. So again, it's just working with the CAO on, or designate on that specific dog instance, that dog case. And then addition of 9.6C, which is a requirement of training for the owner with or without the dog. We did receive legal advice on vicious dogs. So what she had stated is that this section allows for immediate enforcement and conditions to be put on and into action in regards to those vicious dogs. Having our own declaration of a vicious dog allows us yet another tool instead of just the court system. Fines and licensing fees for vicious dogs could be increased to deter these owners as well. If you look into the fines and penalties, you could increase those fines and penalties a little bit even higher than what they are under Section 9, anything to start with a 9. So those could be increased as well, just as a deterrent. Part 6 is general, includes permission needed to drive livestock through the hamlet as described in the land use bylaw. This is a follow through from the current bylaw, and so we just put it in this bylaw as well. It allows us to regulate the cleanup in those hamlets after those livestock go through. And it's really for safety purposes of those residents. If they have, again, an uncontrollable animal or a livestock going through the hamlet, we can enforce. We have that tool to enforce. It also helps us for if, say, Torrington has a parade, that also helps us to, on the safety aspect of having those animals in those municipalities. And then part 7 through part 12, that just includes impoundment enforcement provisions. Again, the financial implications, we currently do not have a peace officer trained on animal control tactics. This training costs approximately $6,000 to $10,000 an officer. We currently have a contract with an outside company, and we are able to get those fees back if we do pick up an animal outside in Kneehill County, should we need to charge them or charge them with running at large. And I think that's about it. The bylaw is attached, and if there's any questions, I can definitely answer them. Our recommendation is to approve the bylaw as presented with all 3 readings.
Okay, thanks, Deb. Does council have any questions for Ms. Grosfield? Councillor Hugo?
Yes, Ms. Crossfield, if we pass all 3 readings of this bylaw today, do we have to train a bylaw officer in the handling of animals and such? And I don't think the financial implications really tell us the whole story, because we're going to have more equipment, trucks, kennel facilities. So if all three readings are passed, can we still deal with a third party, or do we have to do it internally with our bylaw officer?
We're not actually training any of our bylaw officers to do the impound. Am I correct in that, Ms. Grosfield? Yes, it's not in the bylaw. Any other questions for Ms. Grosfield? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Keever.
The vicious dog part is really a tough one to address, isn't it? You know, I mean, it kind of looks like until he draws blood, he's not going to be deemed vicious. And yet, on the surface, you know darn well he is vicious. You know, I mean, and I think back to the case in Torrington. You know, I mean, the guy said they weren't vicious, but the day of the garage sale, he brought that dog out on a leash, and it drug him a block down the pavement to get at somebody. I don't know how much more proof you need that the animal is vicious, but it's a tough one to decide what's vicious and what isn't.
I guess maybe for a deterrent, because right now we don't charge for dog licenses. Maybe a deterrent would be to charge for a dog license for a dog that's deemed vicious. I don't know what council's thoughts are. I don't know whether that's even an available option. Do you have any comment to that, Ms. Grosfield?
Through the Reeve, yes, in part 4, we do have 8.1, which is failure to apply for an annual dog license. There is some in here, failure to apply for an annual vicious license, and so that's only $100. But that is something that we can increase. Like I said, all those fines in relation to vicious dog, perhaps that there is an opportunity to increase those fines. Instead of $50, maybe you do make it $250. Because there are some, like failure to abide by the conditions set out in the vicious license, because they are applying for them. They have to get them. $250, that's what that vicious license is. I think it's really good, the wording that we did put in here, because it is kind of discretionary. And with the training, I think some of that will help if we can actually enforce that as well. Yeah, so that's kind of where that's at, if that answers your question.
Councillor Penner.
With 8.16, Deb, the owner of a working dog is exempt from licensing provisions of this bylaw. So even if they live in a hamlet, they don't have to get a license? Is that, am I reading that incorrectly, or? Like, so some people, you know, live in a hamlet and have working dogs because they work out of the hamlet, but.
So if we go, sorry, through the reeve, if we go back to working dog, it does say means a dog suitable by training for useful work with livestock, distinguished from one suitable pet for show sporting use, and which working dog is kept in the agricultural district. Yeah. So if that answers your question. So they would be exempt unless they were considered a vicious dog as well. So we can still consider that as a vicious dog as well. I think a good example too of a vicious dog, it was not your normal breed that was a vicious dog, that we could have, somebody had walked by and they actually put their arm through the fence and the dog bit that person. Whether or not it's right, that's a little bit of training, but that's a little bit of behavior training on both sides, not only the walker, but also the animal owner. But they are just protecting the property. And under the bylaw, immediately we would have had to put that dog is vicious, but they really were just protecting their property, and that other person came onto their property. So this really does allow us to have that discretion. The other part that I kind of just, prior to COVID, we also were running dog days of Kneehill, and that is a true passion of one of our CPOs. All of them are animal owners, and they were running dog days of summer. So they were going into the communities and actually doing animal behavior education with the ratepayers. And so that was an amazing program, and we'd love to continue that going forward throughout the summer as well. So that's kind of something that we put into place to try to do some preventative education on owners, animals.
Yeah, I think any sort of education is good. Really good. Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
Another question. I have a problem with 5 dogs in a hamlet. I looked at a few municipalities around us, and 5 is high, and same with cats. A lot of them have the number of cats that can be in one household in municipalities. So I just was wondering a bit of a discussion on the 5 dogs, 8.2.
Any comments from council? Councillor King.
I guess my comment would be is I would be supportive of a lower number. Certainly 5 dogs under one ownership in one residence within a hamlet is problematic in my mind. 5 dogs is hard to manage no matter where those 5 dogs happen to be. So yeah, I could see us having problems with that one.
Anyone care to throw a number out? Councillor Penner.
3.
2.5. 2.5. Councillor, or Deputy Reeve McGee, sorry.
I find the number 3 much more suitable myself as well.
So would you like to amend that bylaw to include 3 as being the maximum number? And this is dogs that are over 6 months old. So what's the process here? Do we vote on the amendment so we can continue along with the bylaw?
If council is good with the number 3, I mean, you can do a straw vote. You don't need to do a formal vote on it, but at the end of the day, if you're looking to make amendments to the bylaw, depending on how the conversation goes, you can just vote on the bylaw at the end with those amendments.
Okay. Councillor Kiever.
So what we're seeing here is basically chickens, dogs, and this kind of stuff. What about the rest of the livestock in the county? Like, we all know we have one case that, you know, I mean, nothing is being done by the owners. Where does the teeth come in this thing for that particular incident?
Well, we're just dealing with hamlets here. So in the ag districts, we have other control. Are there any other questions dealing with the proposed animal control bylaw?
Mr. Reeve?
Yes, Councillor King.
So my understanding is we currently have a contract with someone to do our capture and enforcement side of things. That contract that we have with those individuals, they're responsive enough that they're available quickly to us in situations where we need them.
Through the Reeve, yes, we've had really good experience with them. Again, it's about $600 a pickup, just so you're aware. So, but yes, they have been very responsive to us. They have quite a few officers. They're coming out of Red Deer, but they also, it's a complete package. So they take them to the kennel. They complete the file, and so it's really nice to have that. So yeah, we have had really good experiences with them.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor King.
So as a follow-up, then my expectation would be is if they're coming and capturing and it's costing $600 or whatever it costs, that those costs are passed to the owner in the cases where it's possible.
Through the Reeve, yes, that is correct. We amended the master rates bylaw last time to include that option in there. So we didn't have it until the last amendment, but now we do have that in there. So as long as it's enforceable, because sometimes it's just a random dog out in the county that nobody claims, and so we do have to pay that. And that is included in our annual operating budget under professional fees and contracts under protective services, just so you're aware.
Are there any other questions for Deb? If not, what are council's wishes? Yes, Councillor Penner.
I'd make the motion that council approve first reading of bylaw 1840, animal control, with the amendments, please.
Okay, I will wait for that to come up on screen. As amended, okay, that is how you'd like that motion to read. Okay, is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'd move second reading.
All righty, we have a motion to approve second reading of bylaw 1840 as has been amended. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor King.
I'd move that council give unanimous consent for third reading to bylaw 1840.
Okay, we have a motion before us to permit third reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Sorry, you were pausing. Are you in favor or opposed, Councillor Hugo? That's in favor?
In favor.
Okay, all right, so that went.
Reed, in favor?
Okay, that's unanimous. Councillor King.
Then I'd make the motion to move third and final reading given to bylaw 1840 as amended.
Okay, we have a motion to approve, approve third reading of bylaw 1840, animal control as amended. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much, Deb. Thanks for all the hard work. Our next agenda item, 6.1, policy 17-1, safety policy. And where am I here? Mr. McKinnon, welcome. And anytime you're ready.
Morning, Reeve Council. This is just a housekeeping update regarding the safety policy for the county. And as council is well aware, the safety policy sets out the objectives of the policy are high level, basically to ensure that the county has a active, proactive health and safety mechanism that's applicable to all individuals that interact with the county. That would be council, chief administrative officer, management staff, all staff, but also contractors and volunteers of the county. So that's the basis of the policy that sets out the roles and accountabilities of each of those people that are organizations that interact with the organization. So the housekeeping issues are just a few little clarifications in terms of the definitions and wording in the policy. Other than that, the policy is fairly solid and is the basis for a very wholesome health and safety practices within the municipality. So I'd be pleased to answer any questions council may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Are there any questions from council to Mr. McKinnon? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we approve policy 17-1, safety policy as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to approve policy 17-1 as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Whoa, that was easy, Bill. Okay, our next agenda item, 8.1, changes to council electronic device procurement. Welcome, Mr. Nyman, and go ahead anytime you're ready.
Good morning, Reeve, members of council. I just had a small change on our policy 3-1. It was just for how we procure the laptops. We did have in there before that it would be at the like every council would be able to choose their own device. I am just wanting to change that to that we will choose the device. Just so that just for timing and making sure everything is compatible and the timing for the election, it would just be easier if I could have everything ready before the election and that everything's here for the first council meeting after. So
I think that's a wise move, Mr. Nyman. Does council have any questions for Mr. Nyman? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. You give us excellent IT support, and I think if it makes everything move smooth, I think this is a great recommendation. So just wanted to tell you that we appreciate all the work you've done to keep us efficient around here.
Well, thank you
Because you
so much
can't
for
count
that.
on me by myself, that's for sure.
Well, thank you.
Councillor King.
Anybody who can find counselor-proof electronic devices is doing an amazing job as far as I'm concerned. So, Mr. Nyman, we very much appreciate what you do. And having said that, I am going to make the motion that council approve policy 3-1, council compensation and expense reimbursement as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to approve policy 3-1 as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion prior to the question? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Will. Okay, our next agenda item, 8.2, county reopening. Mr. Hogan. We look forward to reopening.
I think ourselves and most of the province does. We wanted to provide this as an information update to members of council. As council is aware, we are currently closed to walk-in public. We are facilitating some interactions with the public in services that we are simply not able to provide online. Everything else that we can provide online, we've been doing that way via internet, phone, whatever method that takes. Additionally, our field office, so our shop, has been closed to the public coming in, and we maintain isolation protocols in there as a way of keeping staff safe and ensuring that we're not seeing a disruption to our service. With the province's announcement of the Open for Summer plan, we had to take a look at that and see if that impacted our operations or what we were doing, and to determine what course of action that we would take. And so what we're looking at, and where we decided upon, was that under stage 1 of the province's Open for Summer plan, working from home is still a mandatory requirement when possible. That being said, if it's not possible or working on site facilitates business, then you're able to do that. But essentially there is a working from home mandate. So what we looked at is saying stage 1 is not the time to reopen. Under stage 2, the province's direction really lifts that work from home mandate. But while it lifts it and it's no longer a mandate, it is still a recommendation. And so what we looked at is saying at that point at stage 2, we can facilitate more numbers at job sites. We can facilitate that type of work, and we believe that's the right time to open more on an appointment basis. So we can still have safety protocols in place. We can still do that, but we can facilitate more of the county's business into an in-person setting if it's done by appointment. So we have time to make sure that the proper safety protocols are in place. As well as a number of staff will be continuing to work from home. We can actually make sure that there are staff physically here to deal with that appointment when it's scheduled. When the province moves into stage 3, we've made the determination that will be the trigger point for the county to reopen fully to walk-in public. So there would still be isolation protocols, there would still be safety mechanisms in place, but we would be looking to fully open, so if somebody just walked into the building, they could receive the services that the county offers. Behind the scenes, even once we're still open, we do intend to practice a form of managed attendance. One of the things that we're cautious of is once this reopens, nobody knows exactly what's going to occur out there. If everybody goes wild and it's open in time for Stampede, maybe everything is great and awesome, or maybe we see a resurgence or a spike in the pandemic. We don't know how that's going to unfold. So what we've made the determination is even once the county's fully open to the public is we would still practice a form of managed attendance in this building, and we would still maintain our isolation protocols and practices for the field staff. And by doing that, if there is no spike and we're able to return closer to the fall, then great. But if there is something, then we're still protecting our staff and preserving county services. So we're not looking to, if we have a spike and we lose a number of county staff because of that, then we're going to incur a service disruption. And so we want to avoid that. So while we will be fully open, we are looking to take a cautious approach to it into the fall. And so this is just an update for council around what those trigger points are and what we've communicated to staff that they are.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hogan, are there any questions from council to Mr. Hogan about our, yes, Councillor Penner.
Not necessarily a question, just a discussion. The ratepayers that have approached me are mostly seniors, and they find it frustrating because they're not computer literate or whatever. But I'm also hearing from residents who are in town, and then they think of something as they're driving by the building and they can't come in. And I know we've got a lot of protective barriers and stuff like that. I'm hoping that when we get to that stage 3, that there will be a little bit of give and take with the in the management of the attendance. Like they may not have made an appointment. I'm just wanting to have a little bit of discussion about that. Being we're a rural county, and like I said, people come to town and they remember something and they just want to stop in quick and not have to go home and log in. Or I know they can phone in, and I tell them that to phone the girls, and they probably will be, someone will be available to talk to them right then. But I just wanted to bring that up, that what I'm hearing from my residents, they can't wait, and they'd like to see the office be available, even if it's before the shop, because they mostly come to the office.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, to your concern, Councillor Penner, we agree for a number of our staff, while we haven't had service disruptions, it is more difficult for some residents than for others, and that it's a familiarity with the online services. Under what we've done here is we would be open to appointments at stage 2, but at stage 3, when we're fully open, then that would be walk-in traffic. So we would be facilitating that at stage 3.
If and when that stage opens.
Correct, yes. So what this does is it preserves our alignment with the provincial regulations, which is what we've been following throughout the pandemic. And so that is simply in alignment with, there's no specific date as to when those stages occur, but when they do, they'll be the county's trigger points for changes in our operations.
Any other questions or comments? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we accept the report on the county's reopening plan for information as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to accept for information as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item, 8.3, Dr. R&R, terms of reference. Mr. Hogan.
This is through you, Mr. Reeve, this is a follow-up to the previous discussion that council had around Doctor and Recruitment Retention Task Force terms of reference. As council is aware, the Kneehill Regional Partnership is undertaking a review and update of the task force's principal document. And council is aware of the first questionnaire that was before you not too long ago. So all of the partners and the current task force itself filled in that questionnaire, and that went back to the Kneehill Regional Partnership. That group looked at those responses, debated them, and formulated a set of principles or kind of the broad parameters of where they see the task force going. Those are listed for you in the questionnaire itself. And so the second engagement that the task force is looking to do, and this is the essentially the last engagement as part of the process, is to now within those principles, they've got several more detailed questions that they're looking for feedback on. And the process will be similar, is they'll take this feedback from all of the municipal members as well as the current task force and synthesize that and come up with that is what it will lead to the first draft of a new terms of reference, whatever that looks like. And so what they're looking for is the members' feedback in response to these questions so that they can incorporate that into the terms of reference, of course, based on what they hear from all the members. This feedback will be specific to the county, and they'll be weighing that with the feedback obtained from all of the other members.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. So I guess the process would be to go to question 1. And should other healthcare professionals be further defined? If so, what professions are included in this? Who would recruitment be done for, etc.? Open the floor to discussion. Not everybody at once. Okay, everybody at once now. Right now, there is no definition for other professionals. Do we want a definition for other professionals? Any comments to that, Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, if, you know, I think the guidance that the partnership is looking for here is if the principle is that they're not going to be solely focused about doctors, do you want to see them get really into, we're going to do A, B, and C? For, you know, people A, B, and C are going to fall into the category of yes, and people D, E, and F are not, right? Or are you going to leave it completely open to the committee to make that determination on their own, right? That's the first question. If your answer is no, we need some more detailed boundaries around here, then the question becomes, well, who falls inside and outside that box? So, you know, if, for example, are we going to recruit doctors, licensed practical nurses, nurses, physiotherapists, et cetera? Are we going to recruit dietitians, massage therapists, et cetera, right? And that's, you only need to get into that second question is if you feel that there should be some more detailed parameters. If you're good saying, no, the committee can figure out who they're going to recruit and why, then you're good with that and you don't need to define who's in that box or not.
Councillor Christie.
I think the definition of healthcare professional is good enough for me. Like, it somewhat defines a professional needs to be recruited and leave it up to the committee to do that as appropriate.
I would tend to agree with you. I think as long as it's not a for-profit business, which I think is in terms of reference someplace down further anyway, so. Am I correct in that assumption, Mr. Hogan?
Yes, that is one of the things that the partnership looked at. There is some definition and work that we'll have to do there, because I think the intent, or at least my understanding of the intent from the partnership, is that this committee would not be doing recruitment for, say, currently St. Mary's, but say in the future the Trochu Housing Corporation, or they would not be doing recruitment for one of the local pharmacies, et cetera. However, that being said, whenever you recruit a doctor, chances are they're coming into the Kneehill Medical Clinic, which is a for-profit business, but they've said no, that there's a difference between the two from the committee's perspective. So that's going to take some more wordsmithing to outline that type of approach.
Okay, thank you for the information. Councillor King.
Well, as a member of the Dr. R&R currently, certainly from my point of view, if someone's sitting on that committee, I would like further clarification of the term other healthcare professionals. Part of the conversation that we had at our meeting is if we are successful in recruiting the 2 doctors currently, or 3 doctors that are currently being looked at, we will have a complement of 9 doctors in the clinic, and the potential for satellite clinics and a number of other things would then exist. The Kneehill Medical Clinic currently provides doctor care to St. Mary's and a lot of the senior long-term care facilities as it is. Having these additional 3 doctors would just further enhance their ability to do more. And there was even conversation around possibly placing doctors for half days or part days in other parts of our area and in other communities within the area, you know, just to provide a satellite clinic. Currently, with only the doctors that they have, there's no possibility of that happening. So when you start to talk about other healthcare professionals, one of the things that got talked about at our meeting is this proposal about the ultrasound. And everybody sees that as being advantageous to have in the area. But it's always a question about how do you assist making something like that happen without putting money into a private business as such. And so we got way into the weeds, trust me, when we were talking about, you know, other healthcare professionals. And so certainly I think it would really help if that fence was shrunk. Like right now, it's a wide open field and it's open to the interpretation of the task force. And the current task force might understand the intent, but what about the next one? That's not been involved in the conversation. So as councils change and the representatives on that task force change, do you really want to give them a wide open field, or do you want to build the fence a little tighter? And so that would be my comment on that.
Very valid points. Councillor Penner.
I guess you just better throw it out there, Ken, and which healthcare professions are we talking about? Do we need to discuss, you know, so I'm just throwing it back at you.
Okay, well, I guess, you know, we currently have a nurse practitioner in the clinic. Would another one be beneficial? Likely. Does this task force have a role in either recruitment and or retention of that person? Ultrasound, nurses, pharmacists, chiropractors, physiotherapists. I mean, the field is wide and very broad. So the value to the community, especially our unattached patients within the community, people who don't have a family physician, what value would they place on an additional nurse practitioner within that clinic who sees a lot of unattached individuals? So I guess it is a pretty wide field. Anybody who comes in, you know, wearing a white coat with a medical professional tag attached, is this committee responsible to help recruit and retain them within our community, and to what cost? And are we talking the same kind of system as we're talking with doctors? Or are we talking some other kind of system to allow us to either attract them, so recruit them, or to keep them here, to keep them happy once they're within our community? One of the things we're struggle with on the doctors committee, the R&R committee, is how do we, there's really not a lot that we can do to retain a doctor if they're not happy, or any other medical professional if they're not happy. And you can't provide that level of satisfaction and happiness to anybody, and it's not just dollars and cents that we're talking about. It's all the kinds of things that Councillor Christie has talked about when you're trying to bring people into your community. It's the culture, it's the recreation, it's the schools, it's all of those things. And sometimes it's not the doctor himself or herself that you need to keep happy, but it's their significant other and potential family that comes with them. And so you have to not only attract them to the area, but once they're here, you have to be able to provide within our area, we have to be able to provide all those things that give that little level of satisfaction that we all desire to have in our life, besides I have a place to work. So, like I say, when you start to broaden that definition and change the focus of what you're asking of this task force, what I'm saying is we need to be much clearer than other healthcare professionals.
Councillor Penner.
I have no medical background, period. and I find this very hard to put a value on one area of the healthcare that we should try and keep and not another. To me, this is something that the doctors that are here, they have their own board or committee themselves, and depending on the issues, there may be a certain division of that healthcare that they want to, maybe it's putting a nurse practitioner in a certain town or in towns, and like, I think to me, it's up to them to keep them, you know, R&R. I don't know if it's up to the board for those others, for the doctors, for sure. But like I said, I think it could change. Healthcare could change, like COVID has changed our healthcare, where we need support, and they're the ones that see, they're on the ground seeing the patients and know what's going on. I'm just hearing. So I find it hard to pick out which healthcare professions we should try and keep.
Councillor Christie.
I somewhat agree. I think it has to be a dialogue between the committee and the healthcare professionals that we have together, to work together, to say, what's the vision down the road? Where do the professionals that we need? I mean, I think we have access to any professionals we need outside our community. What's successful in our community? I mean, as soon as you get away from your doctor and you go to a specialist, I don't know what specialists we need here as a council, but I mean, the dialogue between the R&R committee and the professionals that we have, I think is where that decision of what they should be attracting, or what they should be able to identify the need and communicate that to the R&R committee, and then discuss in that committee level whether you go after that or not. And I don't know whether it's a physiotherapist or ultrasound or whatever. I mean, we all know that if you need access to that professional, they're gonna send you to Calgary, Edmonton, wherever they can get it. What's the cost and to our community, I don't know. So.
It's a difficult question. I know any enhancement to the medical system or medical professionals would probably be highly useful in this area. But again, I don't know what it is that we actually would use the most of. Councillor Keever.
If you watch the ad on TV, it almost sounds like a family doctor is going to go the way of the dodo bird. You know, I mean, they make it sound like you don't need this person anymore. Just show up at the hospital or whatever you're going to do, they're not needed. Where that idea is coming from, I don't know. I still think you probably should have some hands-on treatment for some things.
I think having a family doctor is important in the big scheme of things, especially as people age or as people are born. Go ahead, Councillor King.
I think part of that idea is coming out of this new electronic record keeping system that AHS has been putting into place. So really, your records don't stay attached to a location anymore. The records go with the patient. So when you show up at any given healthcare providing site, they now will have access to your records electronically, and with your permission, of course. And so you don't necessarily have to see that specific doctor in order to move beyond. However, the way the system is currently set up, all referrals in that generally come from your family physician. So to move up within the system, you need to have a start point. And generally speaking, the start point is your local family doctor. And until they make it available that you and I and everyone else can just call up specialist XYZ and say, I'm coming in to see you, and then allow them to decide that they're going to filter people that they're going to take, I don't know. So that's maybe where that idea is coming from. The real thing that the committee struggled with not only was in terms of what healthcare professionals, was also the question, where are they going to be? Like, so if we're recruiting a pharmacist, let's say, and we felt it was appropriate that we do that, could we be recruiting that pharmacist for Acme? Or could we be recruiting that pharmacist for Trochu? If they're not going to work within the Kneehill Medical Clinic, but they're going to be a medical professional within our area, is that a reasonable enough expectation then that the committee would work with that community to help recruit and place a person within, because there are some communities that say if it's just Kneehill Medical Clinic, specifically, we're not interested. We need medical professionals within the region. And so is this a regional focus or is that Three Hills Medical Clinic focus, right? And, or Kneehill Medical Clinic, whatever it's called. And so that's where our struggle was. And so if you're going to expand the definition, and it was previously beyond just doctors, and we are going to include other healthcare professionals, then the committee was really looking for some direction in terms of what might be considered. And if you're going to put it back to the committee and say, we're going to just leave the description as it is, then, but what we want you to do is when you're considering somebody else, we want you to bring that forward to your councils. And then the councils will all have a say on it and then it goes back. And, or do we bring it to the partnership? So it comes down to, does this committee still stay under the partnership? And so everything goes to the partnership from the committee and then from the partnership back to the councils, from the councils to the partnership, from the partnership to the committee. And so how convoluted or how crazy and complicated do you want to make this system? And how much autonomy do you want to give to the doctors committee, or how little autonomy do you want to give to them? And so the question really is much broader than what we think. And that's where, I think that's where we're all struggling right now, even the people sitting on the Doctor Recruitment and Retention Committee. Because is there going to be some autonomy here and an ability to push a discussion up to our councils, or do we have to go first through the partnership and then to our councils? And so there's lots of big questions here.
You asked some tough questions, Councillor King.
Sorry, you put me on that committee, so I would do exactly that.
You're fulfilling the position. Deputy Reeve McGee.
Well, just to ask some more questions to open this even worse. The part that I struggle with is we need to be very careful not to overstep our own bounds. Alberta Health Services has that, business has it. Where is this economic development question as opposed to Dr. R&R? So, you know, for me, for example, the ultrasound people, that's more of an economic development business case possibly, as opposed to something this committee needs to look at. So, and I really hesitate to define it too far because I don't think we want to download more onto municipalities from Alberta than already is happening. And I think broadening it could certainly set a precedent for that to happen.
Councillor King.
So just to follow up on Deputy Reeve McGee's comments, the committee itself is very much aware of there is boundaries for that committee, and right now those boundaries are kind of fuzzy. And so I think that was one of the things potentially that the committee was looking for, was further clarification of the boundaries so that the committee itself or the task force itself wouldn't overstep whatever boundaries have been set in terms of what the new terms of reference are going to be. And so, you know, some of the things that we got into discussion about, particularly as it relates to the ultrasound, but also as it relates to other potential economic development opportunities that may or may not come to our community, was what about something like a health foundation group that would be out there fundraising, and this group coming in could say, you know, we need this ultrasound machine that fundraising group would raise the money, it would get placed in the clinic, and then those groups would lease that equipment from the clinic, operate their business, and we all of a sudden have a new service. So I don't know. And so we got way out in the weeds, and we had to keep drawing ourselves back in, because it's like, where can you go with some of this stuff? And I mean, you can go almost anywhere. But what are the fence lines? What are the lines drawn on the pavement beyond which you can't play? And so it gets, like I say, it's very complicated, and it's a lot bigger than maybe we think.
I have a question for Mr. Hogan. Do you think, what is the time sensitivity of these questions?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, to respond to that, the protocol set up by the partnership is that the terms of reference would be updated and completed prior to the election in October. So they are following that. The exploration document with outlining the benchmarks that they adopted has the end of the month, I believe, is the date to receive these. If these aren't received, if they don't receive the input from a member by the end of the month, they agreed at the beginning that they would just move on without that input. So you do have another opportunity if you want to bring this back to the following council, but after that the following council meeting, but after that the opportunity will have passed.
I'm just wondering if something this complex shouldn't be dealt with a committee of the whole, so we can give it the time that's maybe, I don't know, I don't want to punt it off. Well, actually, I guess I do. I know we've had our package since Thursday, so we've had the opportunity to go through it. I did look at the questions and was really hoping that everybody else had some really good ideas. I don't know I don't know where to go with this. Go ahead, Councillor King.
So, Mr. Reeve, in order to simplify the process, if you want to save time, you would just say no to question 1. Should other healthcare professionals be further defined? No. End of story. What that doesn't do is give any guidance to the actual recruitment and retention task force. So.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Reeve Woodstock, if council wanted to defer this to the upcoming committee of the whole, that is an option as well. If you feel this is going to be a very long discussion, which it looks like it's going to be, that is an option available to you, because the output from that meeting can come back to the second meeting this month, in which case you'd still be able to meet the time frames established by the partnership to get that feedback back.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we take this topic to our committee of the whole meeting.
Okay. We have a motion to punt this off to a committee of the whole meeting, which I do believe will be next Tuesday. Is there any discussion to that motion? Yes, Councillor Penner.
I was just wondering if Councillor King could elaborate on all the questions to put thoughts in our heads. Why, what instigated these questions? Just a little brief, please, because maybe there's something that I'm not thinking of that, for the reason that it was brought forward.
I guess the committee itself, the task force itself, did not come up with any specific functions other than sort of the welcome wagon, doctor appreciation, things that we currently are doing in terms of functions that are within the task force. So we didn't come up with anything that we think should be added or conducted outside of what we currently are doing. So if there's something that either the partnership or the councils see that need to be added into what the task force does in terms of the retention part of doctors, then that would be good to know, because it will definitely have an impact on the answer to question 4, which relates to funding. Are there specific functions that you feel should be outside the scope of the task force? And the answer to that, I think, is a very strong affirmative. Yes, there are things that that task force shouldn't dabble in. And the unfortunate thing is when you ask the task force themselves, we like to dabble wherever we want to go, and so we don't want to be fenced in, but it helps if we have fences. Definitely makes a big difference. So if there are things that you see that you absolutely wouldn't want that task force doing, then we need to enunciate those things. The last question in terms of should the task force be free to request any amount of funding, even within the task force, we didn't think that was a reasonable thing to do. We thought that likely they should have a ability to request, probably on a per capita basis, an annual funding amount. And the rationale behind that was currently we're in the process of recruiting potentially 3 doctors who, if we are successful in retaining those 3 doctors, it's going to cost, currently under our system, $150,000 in terms of the way the bonus system is set up. The way that the task force is currently allotting that funding is in a 4-step process. So there's a moving help, there's a payment that occurs after they pass their successful 3-month trial period, there's a payment which is then made after they pass their first year of service, and then there's a payment made looking forward to the last, the 3 years actually in place here. So it's 4 steps now instead of just one upfront lump sum of $50,000. And it's for a number of reasons, one of which is if a doctor's here for 3 months having received $50,000 and then disappears down the road because it didn't suit here, they then are on the hook to pay back $50,000 to the committee. And if they've expended it for whatever reason, sometimes that's hard to recoup that money. So not only are we trying to help the doctors as they make each step in the process of being here, but we're also trying to help them in terms of if it doesn't suit, that they're not leaving here with a big obligation. So we're trying to be careful. So we potentially, with the money that we currently have, will be out of money in 3 years' time. So if another doctor comes along and we get in a recruitment process, we don't have any funding, nor do we have any funding to continue our normal appreciation activities. So the committee itself was thinking in the range of around a $2 per cap annual request to go to the committee, just to kind of build them a war chest of money for the next recruitment that might take place. So they're thinking it might take 3 years to get enough funding in place, but it wouldn't all be needed up front necessarily either, right? So plus there's probably, let's say, between $1,500 and $2,000 a year of normal appreciation activity expense and stuff that's going on. So that's kind of where we set that. And we also said that the reality is the partners who are on this committee, if one of them says, and we had this very frank discussion, like if I came to you guys and said, okay, the doctor recruitment thinks we need $100 per cap, I said, no one's going to accept that. Every single one of the partners are going to go no. So there has to be some kind of understanding within the task force to say any request that we make for funding has to be reasonable and has to be rationalized. It has to be explained as to why we're requesting the money. And then the people who sit on that task force have to go back to their councils and explain and fight for why that money has to be expended. Because everybody's sitting in the same situation, tightening budgets, less money available. And so this committee, as much as anybody, needs to be able to rationalize and explain to our councils why we are requesting the funding we are. And so we sort of sat on about that $2 per cap as what might be a reasonable amount for an annual. So anyway, I don't know if that helps or not, but there's some of the thinking.
Well, thank you very much for your thoughts, and I'm happy to hear that it is a four-step process, because Canada Revenue Agency does help expend some of that money for the doctors. And it makes it easier if it is a four-step process, or less intrusive, let's put it that way. Councillor Christie.
I'm just reading through the bullet points here where it's basically the task force will complement, not duplicate the tasks and roles of the Alberta Health Services, but also Alberta Health Services will have basic criteria for a community with a population of 10,000 people. So I want a really good healthcare system. I want it affordable for the population we have. The health professionals that we need outside this system I think are available in the cities where that's economically feasible. And that's where the recruitment committee needs to really take a hard look at what the community needs and what they can afford. And I mean, that's has to be a dialogue between Alberta Health Services, the doctors, and the committee. And I don't know where that's going to land. I mean, as an employer, I want a health system that's effective. And I don't know what the definition of that is for this population.
Councillor King.
Yeah, just in response to that, Councillor Christie, I think that task force, the doctors committee is very much aware of that push-pull kind of thing that's going on there, and very much aware that our ability in terms of the recruitment side of medical professionals is very limited. And so our focus has been to this point on helping our medical clinic obtain additional personnel, doctors, to be within that clinic. And we really come in late in the process. We really are late in the process because the doctors have already done a lot of screening and a lot of conversation around those individuals prior to us even knowing that the potential is that they're coming. And a lot of that conversation is either with AHS or with the doctors themselves. I think if you talk to the doctors who are currently in the clinic, the magic number in their head is probably 9 in terms of doctors. They have room for more, but I think they have room for 10, but 9 is kind of where they think AHS and the clinic itself has the capability of supporting. And they feel that if they had that many doctors, there would be plenty of patients to go around. And they also recognize that currently the way the system is set up, that most of the things that go outside of our clinic, if they can't happen in our own hospital, they have to go out of our community. And some of the things that they're looking at and requesting are more from a convenience for the patient's point of view than they are from a doctor's point of view. So the ultrasound conversation, for instance, to have, excuse me, to have that available here within the community so that people from Acme, Linden, and Trochu, wherever, can come here and obtain that echocardiogram and the ultrasound service that was being proposed is more not just, it's not the doctor's convenience so much as it is the patient's. And so they see that as an enhancement of their ability to serve the patients that live within our region, so they don't have to go elsewhere. And so that's the kind of things that they're looking at, and that's the kind of things that they're bringing to the committee. Our problem is like we have run into when it came to our council meeting, it's really not our role to be funding a private business like that. And so that's where the doctors come and they have these wonderful ideas. They're great ideas and they would definitely be a benefit to the community. But is that within the role of the committee? And the answer is likely not. And so that's like, we'd love to do something to help them to get that here, but we also recognize within that task force itself is that it's just not, it's not our business, right? So.
Well, as you stated, we come in late into this recruitment process, and I think the important part of that is to be very timely on our response. And that somehow is not even part of the doctor or in our process. Well, I guess it is. We could speed it up.
Yeah, and just in response to your comment, Mr. Reeve, is that our chair from Lyndon Flo Robinson, she has in good communication with Dr. Calhoun, who generally leads that recruitment process from within the clinic, and they've established a good working relationship, and yeah, we're trying to be as responsive as we can and as quick in that response as we can, so.
Very good to hear. So we do have a motion before us to council defer this agenda item to our next committee of the whole meeting. Is there any other discussion to that motion? Would that be appropriate, or? Okay. If there is no more discussion, I'll call that question to defer to our next committee of the whole meeting next week. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Well, that takes a couple hours off our meeting now. Yeah, adds it to the next one. Okay, our next agenda item, 8.5, Kneehill County budget presentation. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, to council. One of the things that council wanted undertaken was further engagement and information with the public. As approved in the 2021 budget, one of the efforts that staff have been working on has been a budget video that we can put out on our social media and on our website, along with all of the other budget information that we've put out there. And so we wanted to give council the look onto what we've put together and what will be going live to the public later today. I guess we're in a live meeting; it'll go live to the public now. But this is what's coming out, and this is the first of two. And so our communications department and our corporate services department have been collaborating on this to produce, I think, a very good product. The first one is going through a high level of, I wouldn't say a view of the budget, but high level information regarding the budget, with the intent of trying to direct people back to the website where there's a lot more comprehensive information. We'll never get all of the information in the budget into a short video. So the idea is to start here and give the high-level view and move them back in. And I think our corporate services and our communications department have done an excellent job working to put this together. And you will note at the end of the video that it references the Kneehill County assessment video. That one is coming shortly. And so that one isn't ready and it's not live yet, but it is in production now. And it'll become live, and we'll when that one's done, we'll present that to you the same way. And so that's the build-up and the lead into this. And with that, I'll let Carolyn hit play.
Kneehill County is a well-respected rural community that promotes quality of life, where customers are satisfied with services provided. To achieve this goal, the county is committed to developing an annual budget. The annual budget is a financial plan for money coming in and money going out, and is based on 6 guiding principles: maintaining existing service levels, improving customer service, keeping tax rates competitive, incorporating a proactive infrastructure renewal plan, identifying and incorporating efficiencies, and ensuring rates and fees for services are appropriate. Like any household or business, the needs and wants within the county are often greater than what can be afforded. Each year, choices must be made which directly impact the level of services provided by the county. The annual budget takes into consideration competing priorities and challenges while striving to deliver high-quality services to residents. There are 2 components to the annual budget: operating and capital. The operating budget is the municipality's day-to-day expenses and includes salaries, materials, utilities, and maintenance of buildings and infrastructure. The capital budget is the plan for purchase and financing of major assets, including infrastructure, lands, buildings, machinery, and equipment. Money comes into the county from 4 sources: linear and industrial, commercial, residential, and farm taxes, water and garbage fees, grants, and other user fees. Tax dollars are used for maintaining Kneehill County's roads and bridges, water and waste management, administration, protective services, agricultural services and parks, community grants, planning and development services, and council and legislation. Given the current economic climate and challenges in 2021, Council's focus throughout the budget preparation was on financial constraint and tightening of the budget, implementing several measures to cut costs without impacting service levels, while continuing important investment in county infrastructure, such as improvements to community facilities like the Ron Gore Memorial Arena, numerous bridge renewals, fire communications upgrades, and road improvements and rehabilitation. Like all municipalities across Alberta, provincial policies, including RCMP policing costs and changes to oil and gas assessment, have reduced county revenues and increased expenses significantly over the last 2 years. Municipalities have also seen significant increase in uncollectible taxes, mainly related to linear properties, oil and gas. These tax write-offs have greatly impacted Kneehill County's finances going into the 2021 budget year. To balance these impacts, Council has implemented modest tax increases in 2021 to help transition through these difficult times. Increasing the farmland tax rate, a typical impact of $37 on farmland with an assessment value of $30,000. Increasing the residential tax rate, a typical impact of $20 to $62 on properties with assessed values ranging from $100,000 to $300,000. Non-residential tax burdens will be impacted at a rate similar to the residential increase, based on assessment. For more information on assessment, see Kneehill County's assessment video. To learn more about Kneehill County's annual budget, please visit our website at kneehillcounty.com.
Impressive. So this is on YouTube already?
It is being hosted there, and I believe it will be going live. So while it's there, it's not necessarily viewable, but it will be today.
Very good. We don't need a motion coming out of this?
Only to accept for information would be the closure.
Okay.
As I said, the intent is to direct people to our website where our corporate services group has done a lot of work to put information on there. The assessment video will be forthcoming. Again, that's a collaboration between communications and corporate services. That'll take individuals through how assessment is determined, how mill rates are determined, how it works. And I believe that will be also tied back to some additional information on the website, like a property tax calculator and tools like that.
Kudos to the group. They've done a wonderful job. Councillor Christie.
I like the video, so I'll make the motion to receive for information the Kneehill County budget video.
All right, we have the motion up to receive for information the Kneehill County budget video. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next agenda item, 8.6. Mr. Hugo, you had some planning comments for clarification?
Yes, through the read. There has been countless emails sent through on questioning on the procedure with Capstone Energy taking over the Kneehill Solar project. I'd just like to possibly explain, or for the planning department to explain the procedure on behalf of Kneehill County and Capstone on what is actually going on, because the emails are just between the one or several residents and Kneehill County. Just a little more clarification on how we have to deal with AUC and our planning department on what we can and cannot do in regards to the Kneehill Solar project.
Mr. Hogan, have you got any
Yes, I can provide comment on that. Through you, Mr. Reeve, Councillor Hugo, if there's anything that I missed, please let me know and we'll address that. So maybe I'll start from the beginning on this. As Council is aware, the ultimate jurisdiction or approving authority for facilities like solar farms rests with the Alberta Utilities Commission, the AUC is the acronym. And we don't have a say in whether that's approved or not. We are watching various other places. There are some things in the courts right now where municipalities have tried that, and the outlook for those is not good. But they are still working their way through. But ultimately, the jurisdiction lies with AUC. A little bit of history to that is this has been the province many, many years ago took a number of facilities under provincial jurisdiction because they were having a hard time attracting investment because they would be opposed at the local level. So some of these, the one that council might most be familiar with is feedlots under provincial.
NRCB?
Yes, under the NRCB, and there are a number of other facilities along the way that fall into there, and solar farms being one of them. Many, many years ago when this was done, it was done specifically to mitigate local opposition to these projects, because what the province was finding is they would go out to, whether it was international or foreign or even other extra-provincial entities and recruit these facilities, and then there would be complete opposition or they wouldn't get passed at the local level, making the investment effort null and void. So they took a number of these under their wings, which has led to some of the concerns that we and other municipalities have today about what local say we get in these. So ultimately, the Alberta Utilities Commission is the approving authority when it comes to solar farms. There is legislation in the Municipal Government Act that says if they approve something that's in contravention of our land use bylaw, it's us that has to change. And they are a higher order of government that is within their authority, so that gets placed upon us. So as a municipality, we have a couple of options when we deal with these. Is we can say actually we have more than a couple. The first one is we can choose to issue development permits for these or not. And what I mean by that is to even involve ourselves in the process. So as an example, for a number of facilities, say even some oil and gas facilities, that is through AER, and we don't involve ourselves in the process. There's no county permit that some of these facilities, depending on their type, need from us. They've got their provincial approval, they just do it. We could opt to take that route with things like solar farms, where we say, okay, the AUC is the jurisdiction and we have nothing to do with it, so you don't require a permit from us because they're the approving authority. The county has chosen to say, yes, you need a development permit from us too. Now, what that means is that you need to get a development permit from us, but because AUC is the ultimate approving jurisdiction, even if we say no, they still have the authority and right to build and to develop. So in making that choice, what we've wanted to do by involving ourselves in the process is to ensure that we had the ability to attach conditions to the approvals made by the AUC. So when we attach those conditions, we run a balancing act of making sure that we're not overstepping or contradicting AUC approvals or making it too unreasonable, because that opens up for them to go back to AUC and say, hey, we're just going to ignore this, and the AUC says, well, you've got your approval, just go. So we run that balance, but we do want to try to make sure that by issuing that development permit, that we can attach conditions to help mitigate the concerns of some of the people in the area, of the adjacent landowners and beyond. So by saying yes to that development permit, it allows us to attach conditions such as whether that relates to road use, weed control, etc. Council's familiar with the development permit, so those conditions. If we said no to the development permit, you can't say no to a development permit and issue conditions. So if you are going to issue conditions, you have to have an approved permit. Because if you're saying no, you're saying that no, you can't do this. In this case, we don't quite have that power. So we've chosen to mitigate concerns by issuing the development permit. In this case, there is an approved development permit. There was a timeline in there of May 31st. That is a county timeline. That is not an AUC timeline. So our understanding is that the Capstone, as the new owner, is working through the process with the Alberta Utility Commission to have their approval extended. For our purposes, our development approval it did expire on May 31st. However, prior to that, Capstone did send us a letter, I guess an application would be there, requesting an extension. That letter was not, there wasn't a decision made on that because we didn't have a meeting prior to May 31st, but their request for an extension was received prior to that deadline. That being said, anybody, whether it's Capstone or anybody else that a development permit has been issued to, is free in the process to request an extension. So that's not, it's not something that just Capstone has done. Anybody issued a permit can request an extension to that permit, and that'll be weighed by the development authority accordingly. So we did receive it prior to the deadline. It will be looked at in the near future as to weighing in whether that extension will be granted by the development authority or not. And so that's the process that we've gone through so far. There is also nothing stopping the Planning Commission from considering an extension to a permit that has already expired. So in this case, had Capstone or anybody else that had an approved development, had the timeline run out and council determined they made the application for the extension after that date, the development authority could still consider that. With any of these, you have the option of granting an extension. I shouldn't say you do, the development authority does. The development authority has the option of extending the deadline for the permit, or they have the option of declining that, in which case Capstone would be required to resubmit a new application, which essentially we would, if we want to attach conditions, we would again have to approve. So you do, by saying no, you will send them through the process again and likely arrive at the same spot that you're already at. So that'll be the discussion ahead of the planning authority when that application gets considered.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Does that answer your concerns, Councillor Hugo?
Yeah, I just wanted explanation to other residents in Kneehill County of the process that we have to go through as a council for development authority. I just do kind of find it that if it's a supposition that the development authority says no to any conditions or any development, will it still go ahead through AUC, and basically Kneehill County has no say on any conditions or anything that we'd like to see on the development?
That's exactly right. If we say no, we have no ability to put any conditions on that development. So it is to our benefit to be able to put conditions there, whether it be road use, whether it be dust control, traffic, we have that ability, noise.
Through the Reeve. So basically, if we do agree to to a development permit through AUC, they basically have carte blanche to basically do what they want. Like, what is their recourse on holding Capstone accountable for the conditions we put on? Are we going to be seeing litigation through court? You know, I'm not against development. I'm just against development where it's hard to hold a major corporation to account for what Kneehill County wishes.
Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Reeve. Councillor Hugo, the answer to the question is very difficult for us. We have to, the county has to run the balance of making sure that our conditions are not so onerous that whichever company it is going to challenge them with AUC, because AUC could override them. Say, yeah, don't worry about that, or, I mean, they wouldn't use that terminology, but that's ultimately the impact of it. So in terms of a number of our conditions, we do have some ability to enforce those. But again, depending on what the specific one is, whether that's simply a weed notice or whether that's something that would take us through litigation to the courts, it really depends on which condition isn't being upheld. Ultimately, they all have the opportunity to go through the court process. Ideally, some of them never get there, but it is a possibility.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hogan.
Council have any comments, concerns, questions for Mr. Hogan? What are council's wishes? Councillor King?
So I move that council receive for information the clarification requested on capstone.
Yeah, I'll wait for that to come up on screen. Okay, that's how you'd like to see that motion read? Oh boy, where did it go? There we go. Okay, so I will read out the motion. Move that council receive for information the clarification on capstone. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor Hugo?
Yes, I'd like to, possibly what Councillor King said. I don't think we should be, referring it to capstone. I think we should be referring it to Kneehill Solar Project, as it has changed hands roughly 4 times in the last 5 years. And we don't know if capstone's gonna go ahead with this. I think it should be the Kneehill Solar Project. If that's a friendly amendment, Councillor King?
Councillor Hugo, I would take it as such, so clarification on Kneehill Solar Development, is that what you'd like?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, I take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, that amendment has been made. It's now on screen. I will read it again. Move that council receive for information the clarification on Kneehill Solar Development. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. 9.1, disposition of delegate business. That being FCSS presentation. What are council's wishes? Councillor King.
First off, I'd like to thank council for taking the time to hear from the Kneehill Family and Community Support Services Group this morning. And after saying that, I'll move that council receive for information the Kneehill Family and Community Support Services Annual Report and Presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us to receive for information, gratefully. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item, we do not have any council or committee reports at this time. So number 11, council follow-up action list. Are there any questions, concerns, comments? Yes, Councillor King.
So just to maybe get it on the public record, could I ask a question related to the current project that's taking place at our Torrington gravel stockpile and what's happening as far as the crush is concerned and the gravel quality and exclusion material that's happening there? Just an update if we could.
Through you, Mr. Reeve. So we have had a crusher in there. They're gone for the time being. They will return later in the season to finish the crush that they've been tasked with. In that, we have started at a place in the pile. We can look up what the exact. I don't have the information on what the exact level of exclusions from that crush are in front of me, but we can find those out and distribute them. That being said, it is one isolated location within the pile. So we have previously given council estimates on the pile as a whole. Those are finished estimates, so it's going to fluctuate from different points within the pile. So we are crushing to a couple of different specs, both within the policy approved by council. So that is taking place. As council is aware, we did receive a very favorable tender on that process. So where the initial plan was to crush, I believe, 150,000 ton, we will be crushing more to put ourselves a little bit ahead of the game and make use of some favorable pricing. So we are crushing it to the spec approved in council policy. In terms of what the exclusions and things that are coming out of that, that's information we would have to follow up on for this particular crush. But I would caution it is only one part in the pile. It is over the life of the pile or over the course of it. We will see that amount differ from location to location.
Councillor King.
Just again, as a follow-up and for further clarification, just so the product that we're ending up, that we're planning to spread on our roads is meeting the spec that's currently been set by county and council. And even though we are seeing maybe higher elimination at this particular point in the material that we're crushing, the expectation is that will average out over time.
That's correct, and I will confirm again that to what we're crushing is to spec.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions dealing with the council follow-up action list? Councillor Penner.
I'd like to make the motion that council receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion to receive for information as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Would anyone like a break before we go into that? Because that brings us to the end of our regular public agenda. Okay, we will have a 15-minute break and then we will come back to go into closed session under section 17 and 24 of the FOIP Act. We are on a break. It's to do with land, section 17 and 24 of the FOIP Act. Would someone like to put us in closed session? Yes, Councillor Christie.
I'll move us in closed session.
Okay, motion's been made to move us into closed session. All those in favor? And Councillor Hugo, are you still with us? Councillor Hugo, are you still in part of this meeting? Okay, I don't see him here, so anyway, it is carried. Okay, thank you very much, and we are now going into closed. I gotta give it a few seconds here. Okay, we have come back out of closed session at 12:43. We have given the ability for the gallery to come back. There was no one in the gallery. And now at 12:45, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.